This is a day in the life of a dog groomer at Grande Style Pet Grooming in Tampa, Florida. Hang out with us during our all-day dog grooming live streams and enjoy our great chat community. All right, let's get busy. All right, we're going to start with mixing shampoo, and then we'll be washing Lola, the Shih Tzu Poodle mix. The mixing bottles have already been disinfected. Just rinsing them out. Yes, she's been sending me a message all her life. She's always got an opinion. I'm going to be changing up the shampoos and our sprayers until I use up what we've got in stock in there. So today it's Groom Extreme Volume, which is a fantastic shampoo. I bought it for Monet, the standard poodle. And since we're not doing Monet anymore, we need to use it up because I've got 1.25 gallons. Okay. Yeah, that was the de-shed shampoo. I just don't want these products sitting around too long. We got to use them up. Is your first dog coming in later? Okay. It is, actually. You might want to check your toothbrush count and move those things over to the other tub so they're an easy reach for you. Yeah, there's 1 gallon in there with a pump. It's Tropiclean Tearless Facial. At the end of the day, when you go to...
In there?
Yeah. Oh, no, it's down by my tub. I'm sorry.
Oh.
At the end of the day, when you go to clean out that tub, you might want to just take out the extra grate that's in the bottom, just to make tub cleaning easier. I wouldn't worry about it right now, though. All right, Miss Stinky Feet, come on. She has pooped everywhere, smeared it. Got poop stuck all over her feet. Don't you? Little Miss Stinky Feet. That's what you are. Good girl. I know you're a good girl. So I was stuck in traffic for like almost an hour and 45 minutes again today. Got a little bit of late start on my morning. Thought I was going to have an hour for prep this morning, but nope. It was eaten up by sitting in traffic. Crazy. It's been happening more and more lately. It's also a full moon today. That ought to make for a fun day. Uh-oh, this shampoo doesn't work too good in here. There it goes. I might have made it too thick. It's going now. Just got a little caught up there at first. So I was sharing some information last night on our Facebook group about some stuff going on in local news here. And it looks like there's a new law being proposed that in the state of Florida, all pet groomers need to be CPR certified. And due to a dog that passed away on the grooming table here back in October, and it was a giant breed. According to the groomer, the dog was obese and 10 years old, and for a giant breed, 10 years old is very aged. And so is Great Pyrenees. But according to other sources, the dog may have slumped, like we were talking about yesterday, onto the neck loop, which is the exact subject we were discussing yesterday. And, you know, we were talking about how dangerous a dog slumping onto the neck loop is, right? So if you missed that, go and watch yesterday's video, the first one. The one that's like 2 hours long, and I discussed that scenario. And while I agree, CPR certification is a good thing to have, and I do. I posted my certificate both in the group and on my Facebook page. It's also on my website. And Kat will be completing her certification. And I'm going to get a second one through the American Red Cross. They have a pet CPR certification course online. So if you're a groomer and you want to have that, the American Red Cross has it online where you can do the entire thing online, right? So, good thing for you to have. But let's talk about the reality of it. So, if a pet groomer has a dog go down on them on the table for whatever reason, heart attack, senior dog, you know, whatever. If the dog goes down, so say if you're a human being and somebody has a medical emergency and you call 911 and you're instructed to do CPR while you're waiting on EMS to arrive. With dogs, there's no 911 for dogs. There's no EMS for dogs. Nobody's gonna come, right? Nobody's coming. And then a lot of groomers work alone. So if you're a groomer who's working alone and you're required by law to give that dog CPR, you got to get the dog to a vet. How are you going to give the dog CPR on the way to the vet? Right? Or do you give the dog CPR till the owner comes? And then what? Do you ride and give the dog CPR and leave all the other dogs unattended in the salon while you leave? I mean, no. It's not as cut and dry and easy as it sounds. It's not all, you know, and then me and Kat were talking about it this morning. What about doggy daycares? Is every minimum wage doggy daycare attendant going to be required to have CPR? Is every kennel worker going to be required to have CPR? Is every dog bather? So we have all these little pop-up monthly subscription dog bathing places around town. Every employee is minimum wage, you know, and they're just bathers. They're not groomers. So are the bathers going to be required to have CPR, or is it just the groomers? You know? A lot of grooming facilities these days are owned by corporate type of, what do you call them, franchises. And a lot of the owners are not groomers. So what about the owners? Are they required? interesting question, huh? Or questions concerning it. And then, like yesterday, I had a miniature poodle on my table. And I noticed the miniature poodle before I started working on him. He's a senior, seemed more stressed than usual. And he was panting. So I observed the color of his tongue before I started on him. And his tongue was fading in and out of pink and blue. Like, just not blue, but just like he wasn't getting all the oxygen he needed. And so I opted out of grooming him. And one of the chatters said, well, check his gums. And I checked his gums, and you guys saw the condition of his teeth. And so, you know, that's another thing with dogs, giving them CPR. You know, we see some pretty horrific mouths. And the dog in question from yesterday, over the last 5 years, my regular chatters have seen me with that same exact dog getting hemostats out and pulling out these putrid, horrible smelling ravelings of fabric out of his teeth that were all intertwined around his really bad teeth that had the most putrid smell because it was rotting fabric in his mouth, all stuck in his gums. And you guys that watch me all the time have seen this with this dog. I even had a short video on him, I don't have it up anymore, that said, can you believe what I found in this dog's mouth? I don't know if you guys remember that. And I was thinking this morning after the news story last night about the groomer over in Largo, I'm like, if I would have had to have been forced to give that dog CPR, how sick would it have made me? What would I have gotten? I'm like, oh my gosh. I mean, it just makes you nauseous. So I'm searching for, there's one-way masks that you can put on the dogs to give them CPR so that their saliva doesn't transfer to your mouth. So I started looking those up, but it looks like a lot of them are like oxygen masks, and that's what they use or something. So I was studying it this morning, but I haven't gotten what I'm gonna find yet or how to use it. So I'm going to be ordering some stuff to help keep us safe. You know, we need to keep ourselves safe from zoonotic diseases that we can get from the dog's mouths. So there's a lot of question marks here, you know. I love the idea. I would like, you know, to see a lot of steps taken to improve the health and safety of dogs, children, people, everything, right? Yeah. And that dog's teeth yesterday were nothing compared to the Papillon on Saturday. If you would have saw what I saw when I looked in that Papillon's mouth, and I was thinking about that this morning, and that dog's not the healthiest. She's only 9 years old. Not the healthiest dog at all. Those teeth had green pus oozing out of most of the teeth in her mouth. Gums were completely deteriorated. It was disgusting. And I got to give that dog CPR. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm ordering some masks. I'll be doing my homework. I've been doing my homework tonight, guys. Like, ew. I mean, I love dogs, don't get me wrong. But if I had to put my mouth on that Papillon's mouth, ain't happening. I'm telling you right now. So I guess along with checking for mats, I'll be checking teeth. Because brush y'all's dog's teeth, please. Like daily. If I gotta be putting my mouth on those mouths, like, ew. Over the next year and a half, we've got a really big project my husband and I are going to be working on. So I am going to be here 7 days a week until that project is complete. So don't be surprised if you see me streaming more, because I'll be streaming every dog I groom. But we have a major project that's going to require funding. So that's what we're going to be doing. The project is not going to be something we'll be talking about, except that we're saving money. And I don't want to hear none of you yelling at me about it either, Dottie. Good, Tin. I'll be right back. Be right with you. might need to shake that soap up. I think I might have made it too thick in the squirty thing.
It's coming out a little thick.
Yeah, so just shake it up and squirt it a few more times. We might need to lighten it up.
Funny, it smells a lot like cheap products, which surprised me because that's like their signature scent that there's a big deal about that strain.
Huh.
It's very, very similar.
So another thing I was thinking of on the CPR is with dogs is most of the dogs we work on are really little and some even smaller than others. And you know, with infants, the amount of pressure you use is completely different from adults. So what if it's a 2-pound dog? Like, how much pressure are you supposed to apply? You know, there's real logistical issues here that we need to really be aware of. If we're going to be responsible for doing such things as groomers. And then they have the pet oxygen masks, which would seem like a really good idea, but legally, in practicing medicine without a license kind of thinking, can we even use those? And when is it appropriate? And how is it appropriate? And, you know, a lot of questions. More questions than answers. Like, I'd be able to use it on my own dog, but could I use it on a client dog? We've talked about that in the chat before. And the answer was a resounding no. A groomer should not be using that because we're not vets. But if by law we're required to give them CPR, would that also allow us to do that? Could we put an oxygen mask on them? I think that would have to be written into the law to give us certain protections as the service providers. And if Greta is watching, that video of the golden retriever at the dog show who also passed away, I think it looks really bad on the handler, but every other handler does it as well, that all the Goldens on the table surrounding that dog were strung up. Head up, leash pulled straight up. And, you know, it would make handlers' jobs really hard if they can't leave each dog on the table ready to go into the ring, all groomed, and because they've been there grooming since 6 a.m. or whatever. But the method of leaving them with their heads up so high that they can't mess up their hair, you know, groomers would be obliterated for that. You know what I'm saying? And that looks really bad. I know that's the way it's done, but it looks really bad. Especially when you walk by the miniature schnauzers waiting to go in, like in the grooming staging areas. They keep those dogs so they can't move a muscle. Because their hair is hairsprayed, chopped, scissored, and pristine. And they don't want them to scrunch it up. And you got to get 10 dogs ready in a row. So you do the first one. Okay, don't move. Do the next one. Okay, don't move. Do the next one. Okay, don't move. You know, I understand. I get it. I'm not speaking from a lack of experience and what it entails, you know. I get it. But you know, the dogs aren't supposed to be full of chalk and hairspray. That's against the rules, but that's why it's done. So we could show the dogs as they are instead of all the hairspray and primping. Judge them on their bodies instead of their hairspray. It's a thought. Then they could wait in comfortable kennels instead of strung up on tables. Or maybe bring back bench shows, you know. So my brain is just really swirling with all these thoughts this morning. That poor groomer where that senior dog passed, her business has just been obliterated. Between the social media and the news, I feel so bad. And I actually feel bad for even sharing the post because it showed her business one more time. And so I felt bad about that this morning. Regardless of the circumstances, her whole livelihood has just been obliterated. And social media will do that to you in a hurry. Everybody's out for blood. So some of the changes I would like to see in the pet grooming industry is professional schooling for groomers rather than so many being trained up inside salons as apprentices. I think the apprenticeship should come after the basic training, which should include the CPR, but I think formal training should be mandatory. I think that'd be a good starting point. I'll be right back. All right, let's get cleaned up. So another starting point, I think, for groomers is standardized training. I mean, like, kind of level across the whole country, that regardless of whether it's apprenticeships, online schools, or in-person training at a school, I think we should be able to pass a standardized test, right, to certify our skills. I think that that should be mandatory. because training is all over the map. That's why when you go into these dog grooming groups, it's insanity. I was trained this way, and you should only hold by the chin hairs if you're going to trim a dog safely. It's like, you know, it's because how their foundation. The foundation needs to be solid and consistent. And I believe it is for hairdressers. Solid and consistent training, regardless of the school. If you have thoughts on that, leave it in the chat. My own daughter, who's a third-generation groomer, I sent to a grooming school so that she wouldn't just be taught by her mommy, even though I was a second-generation groomer, even though I had the skill to train her. That wasn't the point. The point was I wanted her to have certification, and then after she got the diploma from the grooming school, she went to the National Dog Groomers Association and got a certification from them to back up the grooming school. And that's what I required from her to work for me. And until she had that, she was only allowed to work the front desk. That was it. She wasn't allowed to be a bather. She wasn't allowed to be a groomer. She wasn't allowed to practice on client dogs till she got the grooming school graduation. And that was for my client's peace of mind because she was very young. And it was for her own confidence in her training. And because she was moving to another state and I wanted her to be able to have proof that she was trained, not just to say, my mom trained me, right? Stargazer, no. I have never, ever been inspected. The only time, like in my mother's facility, the only times she would get inspected is if there was any sort of report. And because she was a breeder, she got reported. But no, never once inspected. I've owned my salon since 1995. The only reason I would get inspected is if there was a report. That being said, the fire safety comes in about every 3 years to check my fire extinguishers. And when they do, they're like little Snoop dogs. And they look around and then they report if they see anything, from what I understand. This is Leo, the Shih Tzu. I think I'm going to go ahead and give him a bath before I do anything with him. Say hi, Leo. He's getting all grown up. Good boy. Hello. Yes, you're a good boy. Miss Suzanne loves you. Yes, she does. She loves you. Hello. Hello. It's good to see you. Oh, my goodness. Hello. Oh, Leo's a good boy. Yes, I know. I'm so excited, too. It's like the best day in the whole freaking world. Yay. Get to go to the groomer. Yay. Get to have a bath. Yay. Hold on. Slow down. Just need to tighten this up or you're going to come right out of it. There we go. I know. It's just so exciting. Oh, boy. Here we go. You ready? Oop. Gotta hold still, Bubba. Gotta hold still. Yes, you do. Gotta hold still. Good boy. He's a good boy. He's a good baby. So one thing I train, especially my Shih Tzus, early on is this laying the head in the hand. I literally train my clients' dogs to do this. It helps when you're trimming around the eyes. It helps when you are washing the face or rinsing the face. So I work on this a lot with my clients. This is like very first thing I train Shih Tzus. Once we get over the hurdle of some of the basics. Like not biting the groomer, Leo. Yeah, you. I see you. And I see so many people learning to groom just by watching groomers online and then practicing on dogs that live on their street and then working out of their houses, you know, whether they're zoned for it or not and so on. You know, I praise all new startups and the desire to do this. I really do. My problem is that is the same reason why hairdressing became licensed, is because people were doing it out of their kitchen and charging money and, you know, not having proper training. So I know schools are expensive. I know it's hard. I know all areas and states don't have schools. I get that. You know, in the online schools, basically you just go apprentice under a groomer to get your hours and do your testing online, you know. But even some of the grooming schools now, there's a couple. There's one in Georgia that's a 4-week course to become a professional pet groomer. Like, I've trained bathers over the years, and I can't train a bather. Maybe that's my teaching skill. I don't know. But I can't train a bather in 4 weeks to do a good job. So, on all the different coat types and the breeds and the things you got to look out for. And it takes time. It takes time. And a lot of hands-on. And then even when you go to school, say if you have a full accredited course, you've got all the basics, but still all the different breeds and everything a lot of times are going to be self-taught. But that's on styles and stuff. You just learn as you go over the years, and there's, you know, continuing education and all that that you can, you know, get. But just watching somebody like me online does not make you a groomer. And that's why I say, you know, it might sound like I'm here preaching, but my purpose is not to preach or teach. You know, I'm talking about the events of today in the grooming world, but in Florida. But that's not my purpose. My purpose is to let the pet parents watch their dogs get groomed and feel safe about it. And sometimes I just speak about whatever's on my heart for the day. Which these last couple of days, it's kind of been the same subject with different incidents. Good. 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 I gotta rinse the top of your head, bud. Good boy. Good. There you go. I might have just sprayed the camera. If I did, you'll just have to deal with the blurry until I can get to the other room. Or actually, I could just wipe your face. Here we go. Close your eyes. There we go. Now your face is dry. Yeah, this shampoo's too thick. This is why iGroom doesn't work in the shampoo system. Why I always had to buy iGroom products or other products from that weren't iGroom for the shampoo system. Because they don't work like this. So we'll be remixing something else. They're too thick to pull up through the systems. Good boy. Like you would think the iGroom 50-to-1 would be great in a shampoo system. Nope. It clogs the line so thick. Good boy.
What is it? What is this thing? Oh, it's perfectly safe, I promise. You want to smell?
Smells good.
Yeah, it smells good. I know. It's okay. That's a good boy. Let me brush your teeth. I bet your mommy does this for you at home. Yeah, I bet she does. Look how good you are. Oh, what a good boy. Gotta have your teeth brushed. Good. That's a good boy. Open wide. Oh, good boy. One more time. Gotta get the bottom. Open wide. Thank you. Good boy. Good boy. Good. That's very good. Good boy. There you go. Good puppy. Good. I know. You gotta wait. I gotta dry my glasses. Thank you. I know. It's like, how dare I? Right? How dare I wipe my glasses before I wrap up that puppy? What was I thinking? Huh? What was I thinking? Oh, silly boy. Come here. I know. I'm gonna wrap you up. Wait. Shh. Don't be pushy. Wait. Okay. Come on. Good boy. There we go.
Grande Style Dog Grooming. This is Susie. May I help you? Okay. Yeah. How big is she expected to be? Okay. Yeah, what we recommend is having her come in for a bath and blow dry, and then we trim around the feet and under the tail and that kind of thing to get her started and get her used to it. And then you can also bring her by just for a meet and greet, so she can come into the shop, and you know, I bring her back and put her on the table, not do anything for the first one. You know, just have her walk in, smell around, you meet us and she meets us, and I bring her back and put her on the table, maybe run a brush over her. I don't charge at all for that. And I usually do that at the end of the day, you know, like on my own time, just to acclimate them. Usually about 6:30. Yeah, in case if I'm finished for the day, so I don't leave. So it's nice to know that you're coming. Yes, uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. We try not to handle any dogs over 25. Yeah, absolutely. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have two groomers here, and sometimes people drop off early, sometimes people pick up later. So there's other dogs in the salon. We don't put the dogs together, they're all kept separately. But there's always going to be at least two dogs here, sometimes four. I've got one client that has 7, and she brings them all on the same day, so sometimes there's more. Well, like I said, there's 2 of us, so if, you know, if all the dogs are booked on my side and Cat has openings, then yeah, we're gonna have another dog in the salon. Yeah, I've groomed for over 45 years, and I learned on puppies, and Cat's groomed for over 21 years. So we're both, and I'm a national certified master groomer, and and I also live stream all day, so you can watch our live streams. It gives you a sneak peek into the back of the salon. You can see how the dogs are handled, how they're being. If you book with Cat, then Cat does not live stream. I do, you know, but you can still get a feeling for what's going on in the salon and see where the dogs are kept when I put them up, and you know, all that kind of thing. So you can see. Mhm. Most Bernedoodles do tend to have separation anxiety from what I've seen. They kind of have meltdowns. Hmm. Yeah. Well, most of our kennels are 4x4 playpens, and then we have 2 runs that are 8 foot long, about 3.5 feet wide, and 8 feet tall for the dogs who are jumpers. They all have glass siding, so they feel more open. The runs have a glass door, not glass siding, but the playpens are like clear all the way around. There's a tour online on the homepage of my website where you could take a tour of the salon too, so you can see. The salon has been established since 1966. I've owned it since 1995, and we've been at this location since 2019. Yeah. It varies. Summertime we're more open. Holidays you might have to book 4 to 6 weeks out. It just varies. Weekends, you know. I just opened up the schedule for Sundays, so Sundays are wide open right now, but you know, Saturdays are pretty full for a couple of months out. So it varies. Most of my clients set up standing appointments, and that way they've got their appointments locked in. So, yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Good. Absolutely. Mhm. I don't pluck ears at all, and I don't clean anal glands. Yes. Well, you could also do the 6 p.m.s on Saturday and Sunday if that helps. Yeah. Yes. Mhm. Right. Thank you. You too. This guy has some thick hair. I'll be right back.
Leo, back to the table. Back to the table, Leo. I'm excited to see you do. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I'm just so excited to see my Leo. Oh, he's such a good boy. He's such a good boy, yes he is. He's a good baby. He's a good baby. He's a good, good baby. Are you ready for this? I don't think he is. All right. You're such a baby. You're such a baby. Yes, you are. You're a baby. Yeah, Leo's a baby. All right, you ready? I'm going to do the hard part first. Yes, we are. You ready for it? One, 2, 3, boop. 1, 2, 3, boop. Boop. Good boy. One more. Boop. Good boy. That was very nice. Yeah, very nice. You let me do your feetsies too? Yeah? Here we go. Good boy. This way. Good puppy. Good boy. That was very nice. Good boy. Yeah, he's a good boy. He's a good boy. Good boy. This way. This way, this way.
So I had a new client calling asking a lot of questions about getting her dog groomed. New puppy. And, you know, she was asking all the right questions, which was great. And she wanted to know if there's like an introductory package that we offer. And I suggested booking the dog for a bath and blow dry. And during that time, we would do a light trim around the feet, the face, and under the tail just for an introductory. And I also offered a meet and greet appointment. And during the meet and greet, what I do is I go up front and, you know, let the puppy, you know, the dog I did yesterday was older, so that was a different type of meet and greet, but my typical meet and greet with a puppy is letting the puppy come in and sniff around in the waiting room while me and the pet parent talk about styles. And then the puppy, I'll bring the puppy back and put him on the table for a second, just turn on the clippers and let him sniff the clippers and run the brush over him real quick just to get him used to, you know, the sounds and the feels without really getting anything done. And she thought that was great. And I told her that I only do meet and greet appointments at the end of the day. And I don't charge for them. But I like for them to be the last thing of the day. And she didn't like that. She said she's retired and that's their dinner time. Because I said it would be about 6 or 6:30. And she didn't think that that was something that she could accommodate. And I don't do meet and greets during the rush of the day. Because, you know, the days do get like busy and sometimes behind schedule, and sometimes I have clients breathing down my neck and they're parked out front and they're watching through the glass and they're like, why are you standing there doing that when you're supposed to be grooming my dog? You know? And so I don't do it midday. Not only that, if I schedule a meet and greet midday, if I schedule the appointment, I lose a whole grooming appointment because that 15-minute time is going to block out a whole spot in my book, which is a whole, if 15 minutes is blocked out, then I can't get a whole haircut in. And so I only do it at the end of the day. And I was surprised that you can't have your dinner a little earlier or a little later, you know, on that one day in your entire life. Seriously. Ugh. So she'll let me know if she decides to do that. I even offered it on a Saturday or Sunday because I was thinking maybe it was due to work schedule, but it wasn't. She's like, no, can't do it 7 days a week. I'm like, okay. Has a burn-a-doodle. I don't mind starting puppies cold turkey either, just start them without the meet and greet. That's just a nicety that I offer on my own time at the end of my day when I'd like to be eating dinner. It's a mini Bernedoodle. Should stay under. Breeder said it shouldn't go over 25 pounds. So, little dog. Good boy, Leo. That is the best way to acclimate a puppy for their initial appointment, is the meet and greet, though. Just to let them see the place. Get my scent. Get the scent of the salon. It's good for them. I guess I could offer a midday appointment for my appointment time, which would be $85. But do you think anybody would want to pay $85 to bring their puppy in and get nothing done? I don't think so. That's why I offer it for free, because I don't really do anything, even though I offer my time. It's for the sake of the puppy. Because it helps to build a lifelong relationship with the dog. A lot of times I'll spend a lot of extra time on puppies for their first couple of grooms, because it establishes our relationship, right, Leo? Leo agrees. It establishes our relationship, and then we're good to go for the rest of the dog's life, as long as nothing traumatic happens to them. Good boy. You're a good boy. Wait. Stay.
boy. Yeah. Good. That was very good. Okay. You can have hugs. Yes, you can have hugs because you were such a good boy. Yes, you were such a good boy. Yes, he's a good boy. Yeah, he's a good boy. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. Okay, back to work. We can't goof off all day. We got work to do. You ready? Are you ready? Here we go. Here we go, good boy. Need to smell them? Alright, here we go. It's alright. I know it's going over your head. I know. Yeah. That's a good boy. Good boy. Grande Style Dog Grooming. May I help you?
Stand. So the previous groomer of Rambo, the Maltese that I did the meet and greet on last night, he had the same previous groomer for years and years. The pet parent's neighbor always took him to his appointments. And the pet parent's neighbor always insisted on having a chair right next to the grooming table. And the groomer complained to the pet parents many times over, saying, I can't do what I need to do to train at Rambo because she won't let me. I can totally see that. You know, sometimes people who are overprotective don't want to see the dog go through anything. And unfortunately, some naughty dogs need to go through something. You know, not traumatic, but we have to be able to establish certain boundaries with the dog, for sure. And if you have somebody sitting there interfering constantly, then, you know, the groomer's hands are tied and they can't do what they need to do. So I told her she could watch on a monitor. Be right back. Hi.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. How's my little old lady?
I'm not sure, I haven't seen her. I've been working on this guy.
Good news. I'm so afraid that thing's gonna fall off. A lot of people have trouble with them from not from grooming, but just
Yeah,
in general. Like they last 5 days and fall off.
yeah. Is it supposed to be permanent?
You have to replace it every 2 weeks. You got to move it from one spot to another. You know, let the other one breathe and then put it on to another
Huh.
spot. Plus,
Interesting.
I think the sensor in them dies after a couple of weeks. So.
Wow. It'll be $85.
Okay.
Do you want to take Sally out so you can tell her how she did? Because I told her I didn't even see her today. That's Booger that's barking. Cat had to put him down for a minute to run up front. I think you and Booger have bonded. Aw, Booger. I'm sorry, buddy. Good boy. Yes, you're a good boy. Yes, you are. Now you're going to have to face this way. Actually, I can go around. I'll just go around because I don't think you want to face this way. I think you want to face the other way. Oh. Yeah, that's what I think. I think you want to face this way. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. I know you're a good boy. Stand. Stand. Stay. Stay. I know. It's a long groom, but you've got a thick coat and a lot of hair. And a stylish trim. It takes time. Lots and lots and lots of time. Grande Style Dog Grooming, this is Suzanne. May I help you?
boy. He's so sleepy, baby. Stand. So this dog has an interestingly shaped skull. He's very high and very narrow. So even when it's cut really short, this part looks really high, and he has to have somewhat of a build out around the really narrow part in order to balance him out. But that tends to make these pieces fall forward. So it takes constant looking at it, especially when he's perked up and it looks like he's got a lot of overhang over his eyes.
but a lot of that's the way it's built, and if we go in too tight, it's going to make him look like he's got a pinched head. So it's a bit of a balancing act there to get him to look good and not have hair falling in his eyes too quickly between now and the next groom. I used to groom another Shih Tzu, had the same exact head structure, probably closely related to this dog. Very well bred Shih Tzu. Very handsome boy, super intelligent, bit stubborn. Same structure, which actually makes for a really pretty head. Especially if you keep them in full coat and tie up the top knot, looks really cool. If the pet parent's watching, he'll be finished in about 5 minutes. This is what I typically refer to as a puppy cut for a Shih Tzu. It's basically one length all over. The legs are slightly longer than the body just for effect, so they don't look too skinny. Ears are medium length, tail's medium length, and beard is medium length on this dog. Come here. The snap-on comb size was the 5/8 inch. Of course, it leaves longer than that when you use it with the lay of the coat. So he's actually about an inch long on the trunk of the body. When all is said and done. Next up is Captain and Chamois. They're both just getting mainly a bath and blow dry and a little trimming. It was Captain's turn for a haircut today, but he's had a rough weekend. And a rough morning. So we're going to go easy on him today.
Right, we go easy on Mr. Captain. You was a very good boy. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you, Leo. You're all grown up. You've learned how to be a good grooming dog. Yep. You got the hang of this whole thing. You graduated. You graduated from puppy kindergarten to big boy. Yeah. Yeah. You graduated, Leo. Forever from now on, you're going to be perfect. Yes. No more puppy stuff. I'm so proud of you. Yeah. I'm so proud of you, Leo. All right. Let's go text your mommy. Say bye, Leo. So cute. Go text his.
Actually, we'll put you guys in the back so you can watch him. did real good for you last time, didn't she? I think it was my round table that freaked her out. And she had just been spayed. So I'll give it a go. So I was talking about with Rambo the Maltese, how an overprotective friend was sitting next to the grooming table for nearly the dog's entire grooming life to protect him from the groomer, probably. In a mistrustful situation, I would imagine, speculating. What I would like to say about that is, number one, if a person is fearful of a groomer and is worried that the groomer is going to hurt the dog and feels that they need to protect the dog from the groomer, you're giving off those vibes. The dog senses the fear, and the dog thinks he's going to his death when that happens. So that's a bad idea. Number two, overly loved dogs, especially dogs with that personality who are coddled or who are with people who actually kind of like and feed off that personality, they intensify and become little monsters. So there's a really good video I recommend you watch. Let me find it. I'll show the cover of it. Okay, here it is. Not going to show the video, but I will show the title. And you can also read the intro. So this doesn't show anything on the video except the title. Bring the screen up here. If that's you, or if that is something that you are thinking, this video by It's Mir the Dog, this possessive poodle controls the whole entire house. Manny's owner is convinced he thinks he is the man of the house and will attack anyone who dares challenge his authority. His favorite two places to guard, the sofa and the bed, mean the long-suffering owners find it impossible to even have a moment of intimacy. Can the training expert Victoria Stillwell get Manny's possessive behavior under control before it breaks this couple apart? I've watched this video and I recommend it to my clients frequently, because, including Barnaby's owner, because this is exactly what Barnaby was doing. Barnaby would not let you pick him up off the couch. Barnaby had other behaviors. And so the pet parent in that video actually liked the dog lunging after her husband. She felt like the dog loved her so much that he was acting that way. So that's what I mean by pet parents tend to feed into and off of this behavior pattern. So I highly recommend that video. And so sometimes the overprotective person that's holding the biting dog feels as though they are the one who can handle the biting dog. They are the one who is loved by the biting dog. They are the one protecting the biting dog, you know? And I honestly feel kind of like, what am I even doing taking on this dog? But I honestly feel like I can turn him around pretty quickly. I'm just worried at his age with the stress of the turning him around pretty quickly. I'm worried that that might be a stupid decision on my part. But at the same time, there's hope for him to not be perfect, but to be much better. And I'd already refused service for this dog a while back because the neighbor brought him in, came in and was talking to me about him and wanted to sit next to my table. And I'm like, can't take him, sorry. So that was a while back. You can watch on the monitor, but you can't sit with him. And you can't interfere with what I'm doing. All right. puppy's too cute.
All right. All right, Capitan. Come here, baby. Did you have a rough morning, honeys? You did. You had a rough morning. I'm sorry. Captain had to have a blood draw this morning, which was traumatizing for him. Wasn't it, Captain? It was very, very traumatizing. It's okay. You're safe with me. I won't hurt the puppy. No, I won't hurt the puppy. Be right with you. It's okay, baby. So I honestly love very protective pet parents. I do. That's like my best clients. I don't like mistrusting
Or I don't do well with mistrusting, I should say. So Captain hasn't been feeling well, and a huge change I'm noticing on him from his last appointment is this. This is very, very large in comparison to the other side. That was not there 2 weeks ago. And it's squishy from the back and firm from the sides. So that's a big change on him for just being 2 weeks. Not sure if that was picked up on at the vet's. He was just there this morning. And all last weekend, I think. So that's different. Silly booger. Did you see the video I put up of Carly from yesterday? It turned out really cute. It's also got a water blister thing here too. That's new. Like a bubble. Oftentimes, groomers can find things that vets miss, not because the vets aren't feeling them, but like with a dog with this, like this one, I'm rubbing my hands all over his body every 2 weeks. I know every little change in him. And something like that just wouldn't be clearly visible on a veterinary exam. And if the pet parent's not the one bathing them regular, they might not notice either. Because it's so subtle, but it's so big. Yeah, I'm worried about that one. I believe he is 13 years old. I call it a water blister. It's like a thing that refills with a clear fluid. I don't know the technical name for those. I just call them a water blister because that's what they look like. But it refills, and they get them drained periodically, and then they fill back up.
better now that you're all clean? Yeah, sometimes a bath feels good. Especially when the puppies don't feel so good, huh? Yeah. Sometimes it feels good. It does. He's a good boy. I know, baby. You've had a rough couple weeks, huh? Yeah? But you'll feel better now. Yeah. He's a good boy. All right. Let's put you up. Get your sister done. You smell better. Yes, you do. He smells better. I'm putting you a fresh mix in here. All right, Miss Shammy, let's give you a bath. I'll wash Shammy, and while she's drip drying, I will come and clean this up. Come on, Sham. Hi, baby. How you doing?
This is freshly mixed shampoo. Next up is Coco, the miniature poodle. And I have permission to share my roast beef sandwich with her. I gotta order more toothbrushes. We're getting low. That's a good baby. Up we go. You shake off in here while I clean the tub and clean the table. Get everything ready. So the other day, had a Yorkie come in with a interesting looking bump on its back, and I manipulated it slightly and it looked like it was oozing a little bit, and I opted out of grooming him, sent him home, and I told her once he's cleared by the vet I can do him. And she took him to the vet, and the vet said no, he shouldn't have been groomed, so that was a good decision. Even though it was just like a little cyst on his back, it looked like it could have been the beginning of an abscess. Not sure what it was, but it's always better to err on the side of caution, even if it's inconvenient for the pet parent when they expected an appointment and got sent home. Ooh, a gift. Ooh, thank you, Stargazer. I like gifts. All right, time for chamois. Alrighty, little Miss Chamois. Let's get you dry. Yeah, Mamma Mia. Yes, you good girl. So Saturday we not only have the Bolognese. First thing in the morning, we have Teddy and Boogie late in the afternoon. Can't wait to see my boys. I love Teddy and Boogie. Dog Grooming. This is Suzanne. May I help you? Okay, just one moment. And did you have a date in mind? It's Kat. Kat is who did her last time. Let me check. She has tomorrow at 1 o'clock. All right, and it's usually at least an hour and a half. Mm-hmm. All right, you're all set. Thank you. Bye. So tomorrow we have a fun day. We have, starting with Peaches the Cockapoo, followed by Riley and Cody the Lhasa Apsos in full coat, followed by Theodore Bear the hand-scissored Havanese, then Zoe the Havanese, then Molly the Maltese, and Darla the Coton de Tulier, who gets hand-scissored. So we're going to have fun tomorrow. Saturday, we have Sunny the Bolognese getting show groomed, Wasabi and Saki the Shih Tzus, Chanel the Poodle, Mia the Maltese, Archie the Shih Tzu, and Teddy and Boogie the Shih Tzus. And I'm going to, well, I can't really let her know that I've got an opening earlier. So if Teddy and Boogie's mom's watching, I can actually start them at 3:30. And if you're not, I'll have a little break. So there we go. That's what we got for Saturday. And so far for Sunday, we have Roxy and Rosie the Shih Tzus. So we're going to have fun this weekend. So I got to check my messages real quick, so I'm going to mute the microphone. Oh no, I just sent my scissors flying to the floor. No. I feel like they might have a nick right at the front. Ugh. Hate it when that happens. Because then they have to be sharpened. Alright, gotta get Coco's sandwich out of the refrigerator. She's gonna steal my lunch. Have to bring roast beef sandwiches on Coco's appointment days. I gave her a little bit of my roast beef one day, and now she expects it every time. I asked her parents' permission. It's not fair, though. I mean, I've only got this much roast beef. I mean, come on. Seriously, Coco. It's not fair. Break her off some pieces. Yeah, one day she was acting all scared like she does, and she's like, "Ooh, what you got there?"
I totally understand her though, because you know what I hate is when I go someplace and I get something really good and it was like a limited time offer and I can never get it again.
Uh-huh.
That's the worst feeling.
I know. Yeah, she's like, "You got more?
Yeah.
Oh, we're here. Did you bring your sandwich?"
It's not on the menu anymore.
Poodles are so funny like that. Yes, I know. Hello, honey. You already sniffing my hands? Are you talking to me?
Are you talking to me, Coco? Is it sandwich time? Is it?
She's sitting up and begging out here. She smelled it on my hands. That's ridiculous. Are you sitting up and begging? You are. Yes, you are. Are we friends for life now? Huh? Are we friends for life, Coco? She could already smell it on my hands when I was cleaning the kennel next to her. So I'm going to go take her a piece just to prime her up. Look what I got, Coco. Look what I got. Can you sit pretty? Sit pretty. Sit pretty, Coco. Yes, good girl. Sit pretty, Coco. There you go. Good girl. Yums. There you go. Good girl. I'll be back for you.
Hi, baby. Hello. Hello, Coco. I see you. Did you waggle your tail at me? Did you waggle your tail, Coco? Are we friends? Yes, we're friends. Good girl. And Debbie said she sat pretty when I turned around to walk away. Oh, honey. Did you do that? Did you do that, Coco? Coco's a rescue dog, and she's very sweet. But she still gets nervous, you know? Yes, her gets nervous. Yes, her does. Good girl. All right, stand. You hear Coco? Coco, look, sit. Give me 5. Yes, good girl. Good girl. Yeah, yummies. Is it yummy? Yeah. It is. It's yummy. Oh, look at that tail now. Look at that tail now. We're friends. Yeah. We're friends now. Yes, we are. We're friends now, Coco.
How often do you see her little tail doing that when she's here?
Huh. Yes, we made best friends. Yeah, a girl after my own heart. We love food together. Yes, we do. We love food together. All right, here we go. I know I gotta shave your feet now. Go from friends to enemies. We'll call it frenemies. Yeah. Easy. You gotta get your tootsie shaved. It's a poodle thing. You gotta do it. Yes, you do. You gotta do it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Cocoa Bean. It's not my fault. That's a good girl right there. Good girl. Good girl. Here. Here, look. That was a good girl right here. That was very good. Very good girl. Kat has a little Yorkie here being groomed, and I swear she has the exact same voice as my Yorkie.
It's like I heard my Yorkie barking. I'm like, my dog's not here. Why do I hear her? Funny how some breeds have the same voice. Like, I can tell a Doberman barking a mile away. I can tell a Sheltie or a Collie barking. I know their barks. You know, it's like they have like a consistent voice. It's weird. German Shepherds have a voice that's kind of distinct. All right, let's go give you a bath. That's a good girl. Come on. To the tub. Back it up. Back, 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 back. Cocoa Bean. Come here. You're being silly. Yes, you are. The washing machine is off balance again. I'll be right back. I got it. Grande Style Dog Grooming. This is Suzanne. May I help you? Spam. I hate spam. Ran all that way to get to the phone for nothing. That's why telemarketers should not be able to, and spam should not be able to call businesses. Because we're busy. It's not your mommy. No, it's not. It's okay, Coco. It's just a dumpster truck. It's not gonna get you. Even if it starts banging, it's okay. Captain and Chamois people are here. I'm going to let her soak in conditioner while I go up there and talk to her. Tell her about Captain's leg. I'll be back. Stay there, Coco. Be right with you. Do-do-do-do-do-do.
right. You've had a nice deep conditioning soak while I talked to Captain's mommy, haven't you? Yeah. You're gonna be so soft. You're a good girl. Good girl. In you go. I know, baby. It's just for a minute. I'll be right back. Next up for me after Coco will be Charlie, the Shetland sheepdog. Gonna get a medicated bath, and he's extremely fearful of the dryer, especially a high velocity dryer. That's like a no-go for that boy. Ow. You did a wacky tail on me. Yeah. Wacky tails hurt. Come here. You got a wacky tail. You got a wacky tail, Coco. I thought only terriers had wacky tails. Poodles aren't supposed to have wacky tails. All right, you want a cookie? You want a cookie? Do you? Look at that. Mmm. Yum yums.
This is the first time I've noticed this on Coco, and like I said, she's a rescue dog. She has a huge scar on her ear and a big indent on her ear leather. So she's either been bitten by another dog in the past, or she had her ear cut open in the past. Big indent out of the ear leather. I don't know why I never noticed that before. That could explain why she's so nervous of grooming if she had her ear cut really bad at one point. That could explain a lot of things. Teddy, the toy poodle that we groom, you know how nervous he gets and how silly he gets. He was at the vet's for a regular procedure, like normal stuff. The vet techs wanted to practice to be groomers, and they cut the inside of his ear significantly, like he's got a chunk out of the inside of his ear leather in here. And you know, it was a big time boo-boo, and they were very upset. They were very sorry, but they were pretending and practicing to be groomers without asking the pet parent, can we clip your dog? Like, oh my gosh. There are so many things that play into how a dog acts on the grooming table. Past experiences, grooming related or not, can certainly affect how they feel. You know?
You want a cookie? Coco.
You want a cookie? Do you want a cookie? Sit. Give me 5. Give me 5.
Nat, you gotta give me 5. Give me 5. Yes, good girl.
And that happened like after I started grooming Teddy, but it was like in between his very first appointment here and his second appointment here, or something along that line. I'm like, they did what? And I looked inside his ear. I'll show you the scar next time he comes in. It's pretty significant. And whenever Teddy thinks you're up to something, he gets all wigged out if things aren't normal. That might have something to do with it. Poor Teddy.
Good girl. It's okay. I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm not gonna hurt my Coco. Shh, 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 shh. Shh, shh. Good puppy. All right, turn. Good girl. Good girl, Coco. Good girl, Coco. Oh, we're best friends. Me and Coco are best friends. Yes, we are. We're just the bestest friends now. Yes, we are. Yes, we're best friends. Yes, we are. Miss Coco loves Miss Suzanne. Yes.
Grande Style Dog Grooming. This is Suzanne. May I help you?
You're my good girl. Wait, you want another cookie? You want another cookie? Yes, you do. There you go. More cookies for Coco.
One of my Cocker Spaniels, I got her when she was a year old. And her name was Hedwig. And her favorite word in the whole world was cookie. So I changed her name to Cookie. Because she liked that word.
Good girl.
I gotta go up front for a minute. Cat'll take them in for me.
Never mind. Never mind. That's good. Where'd my comb go? I didn't have a comb, I had my brush. Duh. Da, 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 da. No. Ah, yes, you heard a dog walk down the hallway. That doesn't mean you have to whip around. Okay, you can go that way. You want to go that way? Go that way. Good girl. Oh, I forgot to tell you guys, Rambo's first appointment is scheduled for September 5th. A Saturday. I think it was at 1 o'clock. Turn. One thing I've been liking about showing on our little shorts videos we've been doing that I was excited to get to share with you guys is you notice how many dogs
will come in and go to their kennels off leash. That is so much fun. Grande Style Dog Grooming, this is Suzanne. It is. Another AI sounding real. Don't you just freaking love it? An AI saying, "Hi, is this Suzanne?" And then silence. When I don't say yes it is or whatever, don't say the right answer to trigger. I'm like, oh my gosh, leave me alone. It's annoying. Just something outside. That's all you heard. You are way too sensitive, Coco. It's all right. I know you heard noises, didn't you? Was it terrible? You're so sensitive. What are we gonna do with you, Coco? What are we going to do with you, Coco? Oh, come. I know you heard a bang. Yes, Coco heard a bang. Oh my goodness, poor Coco. Poor Coco. I know. You're all right. Yes, you're all right, Coco. Stay.
All right. You're fine. Good girl. It's almost over. Hold on. Let's go to your house. You want to go to your house? Hmm? Come on. Come on. Let's go. Do you remember where your house is? Come on, Coco. Let's go. Come on. Do you remember where it is? Get in. Over here. Look. Get in. Look. In your house. Ugh. There you go. Want a cookie? There. Good girl. Good girl. You were such a good baby today. Yes, you were. Good girl. Oh, I know. I gotta leave you now. So right now on our poll, it looks like 56% of people believe that pet groomers are licensed. If you haven't voted in the poll with the question, are pet groomers licensed? Vote now. No Googling.
Francasia asked if it's true that tail docking is banned in Canada. Yes, it is banned in Canada, Francasia. Tail docking and ear cropping. All right, we're going to be washing Charlie next. Somebody is texting me. Before I wash Charlie, I want to see what's up with my Ryan's delivery today. Anybody want to bet it's been delivered somewhere? Oh my gosh. It says it'll be here by the end of the day. It's out for delivery. Yay! For a second I thought it said delivered and I'm like, oh no. No, no, no. All right, so it's on its way. Almost ready.
Did Charlie bring any shampoo?
No, she didn't bring me today.
All right, Charlie. You ready? Hey, big guy. How are you? That's a good boy. You're fine. It's okay. Be right with you. we go. Go in there for a minute. Hi. Good.
Coco like her roast beef.
Oh, yes.
She shared it with you, right? Hopefully.
Yeah. We're best friends now.
I bet.
It'll be 85. What a difference it made.
Yeah, the roast beef.
Yep.
Yep. Wow.
Just a high value treat. It's like night and day.
Yeah, I remember that.
I learned that from a dog trainer years ago on the levels of the treats that they get.
Oh, okay.
And when you're trying to get specific behaviors, the higher value the treat, the better,
Yeah.
you know. She didn't have much though. She had little tiny pieces at a time.
Okay.
So she had like a total of pieces about like that big. That's all it takes.
Yeah.
Usually the little tiny pieces are better because they can just like swallow them and it's like an instant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look who's here to get you, Cocoa Bean. Yes, we're best friends, huh?
She's been sitting up and begging. Uh-oh, is that rain?
Not yet.
I think I hear it. Get a poodle washed and you're going to have rain. Is that on backwards? Do you have the leash hooked on the front? It is. I think it's backwards. Let's flip it over. Oh, it was right. Ugh. Sorry. Taking too long over here. All right, Coco. Well, you're welcome to hang out inside for a while. Come on, Coco. This way. Come on. Let's go.
Yeah, she usually doesn't like even just the sound of rain. She's scared of thunder, obviously, but come on, Coco. Yeah, you hear? See, she knows
Yeah.
Mom.
Come on, babe.
All right. Well,
Thank
so
you.
much. Looks good.
And something I never noticed on her till today.
What's that?
She has a scar on her ear. You ever notice that?
On the outside or the inside?
It's on the out edge of the ear.
Really?
Yeah.
I never have noticed.
I hadn't either. I was like, oops, come here. Come here, Coco. Come here. Quit being goofy. It's on this ear. And it's way up under the hair in here. Let's see if I can find it. There's like a whole notch missing out of her ear.
Really?
Mm-hmm. It's right in here.
From a puppy, you know.
Yeah,
So,
right
I don't
there.
know. Did she get that one time maybe?
Maybe.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
See, it's a big notch, and it's like indented into the ear, and then it goes way over.
That was like a bite of some sort.
Yeah, see, it goes way over.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Never did
So
notice
it's quite. I was blow drying her ear. I'm like, I never saw that
that.
before.
No, neither did I. So-
Bye.
Yeah, that's probably what, because when we first got her, of course, she had ear infections too.
Yeah.
And she wouldn't let us touch her ears, because she took her to the vet and everything, but they didn't even notice it.
Yeah.
She did have an ear infection, so,
So that might be why she's so sensitive.
yeah. Well,
Huh.
she's okay now, because she'll let me touch her ears and
Yeah.
everything. You know, so anyway. All right, Coco. Until
Thank
next time.
you.
All right, take care, Susan. Thanks so
Bye.
much. Have a good rest of the week.
You too.
Come on, back to the tub.
Good boy.
Don't worry about the rain. It's not gonna get you.
Rain won't get you, buddy. As long as it doesn't start thundering while I got a thick-haired dog in the tub. That wouldn't be good, would it, Charlie? No. That wouldn't be good at all. No. What? It's okay, Charlie. You know Mr. Sam loves you. Yes, you do. Oh, no, sir. No, sir. No, sir. Nobody's hurting that puppy. Now stop it. Great, it's thundering. We have no choice but to rinse the dog. And shampoo him again, and condition him, and rinse him again. So when you hear him crying, it's not the brush that's hurting him or anything else that I'm doing that's hurting him. This is a really gentle brush. These are fear responses from past whatevers with him. He's recently become a regular client. He's been coming every 3 weeks, and this is probably the 5th time. Very scared of blow dryers, like panicked scared. Not just a little scared, but over the top. Doesn't like to be brushed. And we are working on it. Good boy. We're making a lot of progress, but nevertheless, it is what it is. You're fine. Come here.
Each time I groom him, his coat is getting more and more and more in balance. When I first started grooming him, it was way out of balance. Meaning there was a lot of damaged coat. I think both due to some trimming and excessive raking and skin problems. And each time it's becoming more and more and more level, meaning his secondary hairs are kind of catching up with his primary hairs, and his undercoat is not as Brillo pad texture, like off, right? So definitely making progress.
Little by little, huh?
Like the first couple of times were like a massive brush out because of the cottony Brillo pad like textured hair, and it was just prolific. Now it's looking more like it should. And I would suspect in about 8 months, it's going to look amazing. But he's got chronic allergies. And he's been needing medicated baths. Looks pretty good under there today. And that's the nice thing too. Once the coat starts balancing out, then the oil glands start working really well. And you know, the overall suppleness of the skin returns and it's not quite so dry. So it gives it more resiliency, even if they do have chronic allergies, that they're in better shape to handle it. My honest opinion, though, is as his coat balances out and improves, I think his skin problems are going to disappear. That's just my own personal feeling. Because I think if excessive de-shedding was being done and the coat was being raked out and inexperienced de-shedding techniques were being used, then I think that the skin was compromised. And then if you're also using shampoo from bottles that are not disinfected, that really compromises things. And just my own personal opinion, I think that's all going to resolve on this dog, which would be awesome. Could be wrong. I'm not a vet. I don't know. It's just what I think. That's why I don't advertise that we do de-shedding. I don't make that a separate service or an add-on. Because in my opinion, a proper groom for a dog like this includes removing the shedding coat. And my personal belief is that if you're charging extra for it, you get over aggressive in it. And that compromises the dog's skin and coat. I'd rather just consider a full groom, depending on the breed. Be right with you. Solicitor? Was it a solicitor? Oh.
Good boy, Charlie. It's all right.
Yeah. That little guy looks old. Oh, honey. So part of getting this coat into balance is just keep getting that excess that is so prolific out, but using gentle techniques. Not raking techniques, just a brush and a wide tooth comb. These coats do not do well with rakes. It actually is just as bad, if not worse, than clipping. It's all right. I'm not gonna hurt you. Good boy. See, Miss Suzanne doesn't hurt the puppies. Come here. I don't hurt the puppies. No. We had this problem last time, didn't we? Hmm? Did we have this problem last time? I think we did. Yes, I think we did. Yeah.
But I don't hurt the puppies. It's alright. See? It's alright. He's a good boy. See, you did good on that, didn't you?
I'd really like to get this dog out of the tub. That thunder is really rolling out there. It's a good boy. Good boy. If I remember, you don't like this either, do you? Nope, nope, you don't. He's like, no ma'am, don't like that either. Yeah, I'm faster than you are. I'm faster than you are, Charlie. Come over here. Good boy. Let's go put you on a dry towel and let you soak this stuff off for a minute. Yeah. While that's happening, I'll switch out the laundry. And disinfect the tub. Rolling.
Do you need a dry towel in there already, Charlie? Huh? Are you rolling around? Are you rolling around? Got those towels all wet already? Yeah, let's get you some dry ones. Here you go. Here you go. Yes. Are you all happy you're out of that tub? Oh, he's a good boy. He's a good boy. Come on. Let's go to a dry towel.
This is my favorite way to start drying these dogs with a lot of hair. Just let the towels do the work. He's already soaked 2 towels and he's working on 2 more. That's why I have so much laundry to do.
I know, it's exciting.
All right, while I'm switching out the laundry, I'll do a couple of minutes of a Q&A. That way I can keep you entertained while I work. You won't be able to see me, but I'll be able to see you.
Does he ever wag his tail? He's wagging it right now. He's happy.
Because he's rolling around on towels, tumble drying. All right, I can see you guys while I'm folding, so until I start drying Charlie, I'll take a few questions. Francasia says when they do dock the tail, they do it at 3 days old and they cut it at the 3rd vertebrae, if I'm not mistaken. My mother always did it at 3 days old. She docked all her own tails. And she had a way of measuring the tails not by the vertebrae, but by the balance of the dog. So poodles, their head should be in balance with their body, with their neck and head. So they're supposed to keep a bit longer of a tail, not too short, when they get docked. And so she always kind of pulled it underneath them and just had a way of measuring it out and came out perfect every time. It was so funny. Oh my gosh, it was mean but funny. So my mom always docked her own tails. She was a breeder. And back in the day you could, no problems, right? And my nephew was about, I don't know, 3 or 4 years old. And he saw my mom docking tails and she told him that she docked his tail when he was a puppy. When he was a baby. And he reached around his back end and ran out of the room crying. It was so mean. So mean. I'm like, Mom, that was not very nice. And she was cracking up. He believed her. It wasn't any worse than her sending me to the store to buy some elbow grease, right? My mother had kind of a mean sense of humor. Jeez. Yes, my mother did get me with the elbow grease. But funny thing is, I've been using it ever since. It's lasted me all these years, that elbow grease. I still use elbow grease to this day. Okay, this load of laundry did not spin very good. Oh, seriously. Why? Put it through another spin. Let's see. Let's do a spin only. And that's it for the laundry because it's too soggy to put in the dryer. So our Q&A is over. No, I never ran out of elbow grease again. Haven't had to restock it. I used some the other night on these floors. Grande Style Dog Grooming. This is Suzanne. May I help you? There's some thunder going on out there. Jeez.
And we just saw it when the air is blowing on it. This guy's got some kind of a hole in his neck.
Let me see. Ooh.
Yeah. He's just jumpy, I think.
Come here.
I don't know how I didn't see it while I was washing him, but
That looks like scissors too.
I don't know anything but put water on them.
Or dog bite. I wouldn't do any trimming. Do not pick up a scissor or a clipper.
I'm just
Get-
gonna call her right now.
Yeah, and get them as dry as you can so it's on camera that no scissors were touched.
Yeah.
So Kat just brought me the dog she's working on. She has not picked up clippers. She has not picked up scissors. She has not picked up a brush. She's only washed the dog. He's got a fresh open wound on his throat. Looks like maybe it's been cut with scissors or a dog bite. We've got cameras everywhere. I told her, do not pick up scissors. Do not trim him at all. It's all on camera. So there's no way. Hasn't been with any other dogs. Nothing. It's risky grooming dogs, I tell you. It's fresh too. It looks like he's just been cut right open. They have any clues? They never do.
Just told her to just come around in 15 minutes and I'll just dry them as much as possible. She said she'll take them right next door, but
It looks so fresh.
it does look really fresh. That's why I'm like, how is what like I've done anything?
Yeah, I think on this one I will store the surveillance in case anything comes of it.
The only thing I've done here, I brushed out a couple little knots in the front of his neck.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, since you don't have him after you get that done, just start Dazzy, the one that just came in. He's bathing medicated shampoo. So they had no idea it was there and no idea how it could have got there. she's expecting that we use up the rest of the shampoo. Yeah, so. Charlie did very good for his blow dry today. Very proud of the boy.
Yes. I'm proud of you, Charlies. Yes, I am. I'm very proud of you, Charlies. I am. You're a good boy. You did it. You got the blow dry and everything. And he was sweet. Yeah. And he even gave me kisses during the blow dry. And him hates the blow dry. Yeah. So I got kisses doing what he hates. Yes, I did.
Before I forget, Brooklyn's mom was wondering if I thought I heard you one time talking about somebody who does the dog dental cleaning without sedation,
Yeah.
and she was interested in knowing more about it.
Yeah, it's called Bright and Shine. Yeah. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. You're fine. Nobody's. Oh, thank you.
Good boy. What nice kisses that was. Yeah. Good boy, Charlie. Good boy, Charlie. Good boy. That's a good boy. You're all right. See? See? Miss Susie takes good care of you. Yeah. Miss Susie takes good care of Charlie. Good boy. Good boy, Charlie. You ready? All right, come here. All right, we'll turn you around backwards. Let's try it this way. Good boy. So for some dogs, licking the tool is an evasion technique in itself. So for these, I always come in backwards to keep out of the tongue range.
Good boy. Two claws are a little harder to get from behind, so I just try to block their heads so they can't lick it. You're all right, Charlie. You goofy guy. Charlie. You're a goofy guy. You are. You're goofy. Aren't you? Hmm? Are you goofy? Yeah. You are goofy. Good boy. Alright, now we're going to do your feetsies. Most of the dogs that you see me automatically turn backwards for the nails are dogs that I already know do that. Like Captain the Maltese. He's a super, super, super licker on his feet. And for him, it's a definite evasion technique. He's trying to get me to stop. He's not being sweet. You're fine.
He's looking so good. Stay. So my final conclusion on these shears that I was really excited about getting with the scissor tip in addition to the chunkers, they're nice. And the whole reason I bought them was the scissor tip on the end. And I realized that's my least favorite thing about them. Because when you want a chunker, you don't want a scissor. And you need the texture like all the way to the end. And when you're scissoring the end and texturizing the rest, it doesn't have the follow through. So I'm like, the main reason I bought them is the number one thing. If they were chunker all the way to the end, I would like them more. Isn't that funny? And that was my whole point of buying them. And now I'm like, eh. So, I mean, I use them. They're okay. They have their point and purpose, but yeah. Would I buy them again? I don't think so. I mean, I'll use them, and I've got them out using them all the time, but I wouldn't buy them again. But the chunker part of them works great. And so does the scissor part. But like when I'm doing the faces and over in here, I don't want to be scissoring off chunks. I want to be like keeping it soft, right? And it gives me the soft, like if I'm going around, it's giving me sharp lines in the midst of my chunking. So, but it's a nice shear, and the chunker part works really well. I really like it. And I keep picking them back up, so I guess I like them a lot. But I don't know. I don't know. I'm very proud of Charlie today. He was so scared of the high velocity dryer that it kind of fed over into the rest of his grooming. And this is probably the third time without even attempting the high velocity dryer. So when I realized that that was definitely a problem for him, I'm like, well, let's just never use it on him again. And since I've eliminated it completely, he has, I look at the softness in his eyes. He's just really, he's starting to think, right? He was so scared of that thing that he couldn't even think straight. Could you?
No, you couldn't even think straight. No, you couldn't. No, you just thought the whole grooming thing was so awful, didn't you? Hmm? Are you a good boy? Charlie, are you a good boy? He's like, I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you, Suzanne. You're mean. I'm a mean, mean groomer lady.
Let's put you up front.
You want to go up front? You like it up there. Yeah, you like it up front, don't you? There you go. That's a good boy. That's a good boy. No, sir. No, you don't. No, you don't. You stay there.
Grande Style Dog Grooming, this is Suzanne. May I help you? Oh, honey.
They put one suture in.
Did they have any idea?
No.
It's
And
the
I have no idea.
craziest thing.
Doesn't go anywhere. Doesn't do anything.
Yeah. She didn't even use anything but a brush on her. Oh, honey.
He's like, you're kidding me. I gotta wear this thing.
Oh, poor boy.
I'll see you later.
All right.
It's gonna be 10 days before it gets the suture out. So
Yeah. Poor thing.
yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Moxie did have to have a stitch, but he was fine. They must have put the stitch in without anesthesia. It's already in.
I guess it's a good dog. He didn't, that is so strange. Because
Yeah.
for how it looked too, the fact that it wasn't actively bleeding, like, it looked so fresh, but then it wasn't bleeding. I was like, what the heck?
Yeah. And sometimes they can have like an abscess, but that was jagged.
That's what, that was, I mentioned that to her too. I was like, I don't want to guess at what it is, but, you know, without knowing what it is, I said, you know, sometimes they have things like abscesses in papers. or
But it
something.
looked jagged.
Yeah, so it was really strange.
Wonder if she's got cats.
I don't know. She said that I asked her too. Our first thought was, had he been around another dog or anything? And she said he had, but that they hadn't interacted.
Ah.
So maybe when nobody was looking.
It looked like a dog bite.
It did kind of look like a dog bite.
Because it was a this and then a tear.
Yeah.
Mm. Well, she's fine.
Yeah, she was cool when I talked to her. When
Yeah.
She picked her up, and she said, thanks for letting her know. And I told her I'd love to see him again when we all healed up. Yeah.
She said it would be 10 days to get the stitch out, so. Yeah. All right, so we got 2 more dogs scheduled. We have Cleopatra the Cavajon and Dazzy the Morkie. Not in that order. Well, our driver for FedEx is right down the street. So he should be here before too long. He's about a mile away. And then we'll finally have an unboxing to do. Woohoo! All right, I gotta clean my table and quit goofing off. Simply Sue said that Charlie watered the bed. Uh-oh. Charlie? Charlie, did you water the bed?
You did. You watered the bed. You bad boy. Come here. Yeah.
That's why we put pee pads on top of the beds. Washable pee pads, so everything can get pulled apart. And the laundry is ready to switch out. It was funny, Dazzy's owner came in and she started giving me the instructions, which she always tells me kind of the same thing, only to make it different a little, but she doesn't really mean to make it different. And today she caught herself and she's like, never mind, you know what to do. Goodbye. Because I started giving her the look, because she said, take the face as short as you can. She doesn't mean take the face as short as you can, so I always have to clarify with her, do you really mean that? And then she's like, no, not as short as you can. Well, don't say as short as I can. And then don't take the body too short, but she usually wants some off on the body. Like, oh my gosh. But she caught herself. It was funny. She's like, never mind. Goodbye. Been a client for years and years and years, ever since Dazzy was a baby. She loves to pop up and kiss. That's her whole thing. Pop up and kiss. Careful, there's some wet spots on the floor. Hi, Dazzy, I'm not ready for you yet.
There's still quite a bit of shampoo. I feel like I used already more than was required, and there's still quite a bit in there, like a whole nother shampoo's worth in there. So.
It goes a long way. Yeah, we try to clean that stuff up right away because we don't want a dog to go home stinky. I lost a good client for that a few years ago. I felt so bad, but I did not know what they had done. Like, their dogs were in the runs, 2 dogs together, 2 Maltese. And when they got here, I just went into the back and opened up the run and let them run up to the front. Did not realize that they had pooped and stepped in it and gotten it on their feet. And they picked them up and put them in their car, and I never saw them again. And I was sad because, you know, I hated to lose them. I mean, I understand, I get it. I'd be upset too, but it certainly wasn't intentional. It was Paris and Caleb, the Maltese. And then when I went to the back to clean out the runs, I saw the pad kind of flipped over with a bunch of poopy paw prints. And I'm like, oh no. They came every 4 weeks, forever. Before that, they had Shadow and Luna. So they had 2 others before that that I did all their lives. I was right about Charlie's skin. It is much better. Yay. Yay, Charlie.
Yay, Charlie. Are you a good boy? Is you a good boy, Charlie? Huh? Yes, he's a good boy. Come here. Hi. Hi, Charlie. Hi, Charlie. He's a good boy. He's a good boy, Charlie. Yeah. Charlie, you sit? Sit. Good boy. Okay, good boy, free. Good boy, that was very nice. Yes, you know tricks. Huh? Does you know tricks? I know you bet you do agility, don't you? Do you do agility? Huh? Do you? Do you like to go do agility? I bet you do. I bet you do. He's a good boy. Yeah, you're a good boy. Charlie, sit. Good boy. You know how to give a 5? Give me 5. You shake? Yes, I saw your foot go up. Good boy. Good boy, yes. Good boy, Charlie. Good boy, Charlie. Yeah. See, we're friends. Yes, we are friends. Yeah. We're friends, Charlie. Yes, we are. You're a handsome boy.
Alrighty. Oh, Dazzy, you're fine. So how'd it feel working out of that tub today?
I think doing small dogs in it is it was some with the drain's only an issue when doing ones that are low down in there. But
Yeah.
up here where I could just clear that out.
Yeah, it would take forever to fill it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
It's got a bigger circumference on the rack there, which is kind of nice as far as what they're standing on.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there.
It's bigger.
Mm-hmm.
Too bad they didn't design it so you could put that all the way across.
Right.
That would be so
And you
nice.
could put it over. Yeah.
But it
It's
doesn't.
only over here.
Mm,
Oh, because
it has, like my one in the back has a ledge right here, so it'll work.
Yeah. Because having that over there right on top of the drain too just makes it hard
Yeah.
to get underneath there.
Uh-huh. Kind of a stupid design, but
Yeah. I mean, it's nice having them like in the corner.
yeah.
But
So
not really. Not terribly different.
okay.
I think I like this nozzle better than this one because I feel like this one I always feel like it takes me forever to rinse with, and I think it's mental because it makes the spray is so fine that
Yeah.
it makes the water look bubbly, and then I keep thinking more bubbles are still coming off.
Yeah. What I do is I put it right on the skin, especially on the thick ones, and let it work from the skin out. But what I love is when you're doing like the chin, you can put it right up here.
It is nice
And
that
the
it's nice
cheeks, you can
soft,
put it
so
right
you
in
can put
here.
it there like that. Yeah.
So that's the one I'm working with in the back.
Yeah.
And
I feel like I said, I think it's just a mental thing for me where I feel like I have to rinse for forever because I'm seeing bubbles. But I think that's a me problem.
it's
not a nozzle
designed to
problem.
create bubbles. It's
Right.
made for the Nagyu,
It's
like,
supposed to like aerate the skin or whatever.
yeah, it's got like little seltzer things you can put inside it.
Yeah, I think I used it one time way long ago when you had them on.
Yeah.
So only like one little dog got it, and that was cool.
Yeah.
But I think if I were to use it more, I'd get used to the idea that it makes those bubbles. I would get over it. But.
Be careful handling those racks. You don't want to wrap your hands around the back side of them. They will cut you. All right, Charlie's mom's here.
Hey, Kat, it's Phyllis, and she has 2 appointments. So we need to make it 2.
Just one moment. Ugh, it's not working. Ugh. I'm trying to do something. Give me just a minute. FedEx tracking is being annoying. 462014. I've had to generate 4 codes in a row. Nope, it won't let me see the map. Ugh, rude. I'm not trying a 5th time. Forget about it. All right, let's do Dazzy. Getting this order has been the most fun I've had in a long time. Not.
Hi, Miss Dazzy.
So her mom usually knows that she has this kind of stuff up underneath. See that big red spot? And the other one over there. Her mom knows about that. But I pointed out before I clip anyway. I've been waiting on this order for about 6 to 7 weeks. Because I ordered it from Amazon and it took a couple weeks and it still wasn't shipped yet. So I canceled the Amazon order because I was tired of waiting, and I placed it with Ryan's. Then it got delivered to the wrong place. So then I had to work with getting that fixed. And then it took another week or two to get it sorted out to see if they were going to replace the order. And then the order got shipped again. And it was supposed to be delivered yesterday. I think it was also supposed to be delivered the day before yesterday. So it's like, oh my gosh. And now it won't let me see the map to see where it is. When it was right down the street an hour ago. It's like, come on, man. Just bring me my order. That's all I want. Dazzy, you're being goofy.
Yes, you're being goofy, Dazzy. Stop it. Just stop it, Dazzy.
With you. I got it, Cat. Hi, Dazzy. Enough with your sassy self. Do you mind? Have a good night. Whenever you decide to calm down. Just because the front door opened does not mean it was for you. She's twisting her own head. I'm just trying to balance it. What she likes to do when she doesn't want you to do something is flop down and lay flat on her side. And if you go to try to work on it there, she pops up and jumps up in your face and kisses. And then you go to work on it again. When you get her settled down, she flops down, lays on her side. And it's a round and round and round she goes. Where she stops, nobody knows. All right, Dazzy. So now I don't give her enough leash to flop down, but she'll twist her head sideways in an effort to flop down and lay on her side. That's just Dazzy. That's what she does. And I'm going to move my tool thing off my table because it makes a rattling noise. And I have my little round table next to me with my MacBook on it. So I'm going to put the arm on my round table for the tool organizer. Have it on this side of me. And put my other arm back up on the table and see how that works. Because when these dogs jump around, it makes a rattling noise behind them, and they don't like that. They don't like noises, especially not rattling noises. every little thing that makes them nervous that I can get rid of helps, you know. You're okay. I'm gonna go text her mom so she can be on her way, since the dog has separation anxiety. Don't want her sitting here any longer than she has to. Easy. Quit kicking.
Oh.
You need belly rubs, huh? Just you need belly rubs. Don't keep me in the mouth. That's so gross. That's so gross. This is so gross. This is so gross.
This dog is so goofy.
So goofy. Get back here.
Back here.
You drives me crazy. Crazy.
Okay. Okay. Take a chill pill. We're going to have to put you back on a harness. Come here. It's like holding on to a ferret. If you've never bathed a ferret, you wouldn't understand. Washing ferrets was something I used to do regularly for the pet store that I worked at, and also for the customers that they sold ferrets to. And this is back in the day when a lot of animals had fleas, before all the flea prevention stuff. So ferrets that were pets would get fleas, and then my boss would say, yeah, bring them in, our groomer can do them. Ugh. Ferrets, their head is the same width as their neck, which is the same width as their body and their shoulders. So they just slither right through, and you get them all soapy, and they're like they're going through your hands and you're trying to hold on to them. It's not fun. And then they got little rodent teeth. It's like little squirrel teeth. It's like, ugh. And they do bite when you're giving them a bath and they don't want to be held. It's like trying to hold on to a slithery, slippery snake. Don't like it. Don't like washing ferrets. One thing I never did learn how to do at that pet store, though, was clip bird wings. They had somebody there that did the birds, but they had birds come in all the time for wing clipping, too. And nails. They sold snakes. And birds and ferrets and saltwater fish and chinchillas, all kinds of stuff.
All right, Dazzy, if I put you up, do you think you can be a calm, cool, and collected girl? Hmm? Do you? You think you can be calm, cool, and collected? Yeah, I didn't think so either. Kat's daughter just got a leopard gecko a few weeks ago. He's so cute. She showed me pictures of him, like, oh my gosh, he's adorable. And her daughter is in love with her leopard gecko. Pretty cool little critter. Oops, I'm sorry. Slipped. You okay? It's okay. No, I've never washed a chinchilla. That is not on my bucket list. Washing a chinchilla. I wonder if it would mess up their hair. Probably would. Yeah, I figured they wouldn't get a real bath on the chinchillas. It seems like it would mess them up.
So FedEx never delivers this late. I'm trying to track the package, and it's no longer allowing me to track it. Still says it's out for delivery. At 4:26 p.m., it's on the vehicle for delivery. So we shall see. Oh, they were on the other side of us, like up the street about a mile and a half. And now they're on the other side of us, about 2 miles away. So they passed us. They completely passed us. How stupid is that? What do you want to bet we don't get it today? So the dog with the gash, what's the story? Cat put a dog in the tub and she washed it because it was like a long-haired Chihuahua type, not really a haircut. So she put the dog in the tub, washed it, got it out of the tub, started to dry it, and found a big gash on it. And the gash looked like it was a dog bite because it was like a puncture and then a rip. And it's right in the side of the dog's neck. So the pet parent picked it up, took it to the vet, it got a stitch. And the pet parent didn't seem upset at all. And she said that the dog had been with another dog, but they didn't argue. So maybe they did argue and she didn't know it because it wasn't her dog. So anyway, it looked fresh too. Sometimes we find things like that when we're working on a dog, you know, and then you're like, oh crap, what is this and where did it come from? And she never even put a clipper or a scissor on the dog at all. Nothing. And we have that on surveillance video, thank goodness. So you can see behind that dog you're looking at there. Zoom in. So you see up here on the wall, we have one of these monitors in every room in the shop. And these monitors cover all the kennel areas, all 3 tubs, in all 3 grooming rooms and the waiting room. So we have surveillance everywhere. Covers everything the dogs are doing in the salon. And, you know, that way, if anything's ever questioned, you know, we've got it covered. Plus the live streaming, you know. So we got you covered, man. And I've got a monitor in my room. Kat has a monitor in her room. I've got a monitor in the back by the back tub. Kat can see my monitor from her tub. Got another monitor in the other grooming room. So we've got full view of the whole shop, no matter where we are. All we got to do is look at the monitor. Can keep an eye on the dogs. Know what's going on in the kennels, everything. All right. Let's get Cleopatra started. Cleopatra. Cleopatra. Come on. There's nowhere to hide in this salon. Cleo, I was going to knock some hair off before the bath, but I think we'll wait till after the bath. Debbie says, if the package comes today, I think it will arrive when Cleopatra gets in the tub. Isn't that always the way? Yeah, they were too far away. I think we've got time. Dazzy, don't bark while we're in the tub, please. You're all right, Dazzy.
You're all right, Dazzy. You're all right, Dazzy. I'm right here. I'm right here, Dazzy.
Be right back. Be right with you. Well, so far we've had 122 votes on our poll asking if pet groomers are licensed. What do you think? Do you think pet groomers are licensed? "59% say that they believe we are." We're going to go ahead and end that poll right here. So let's talk about it. Are pet groomers licensed? 59% say yes. 41% say no, with 122 votes. Y'all probably can't hear me. So I ended the poll. I'll say it again since my microphone was off, or low. The question was, are pet groomers licensed? 59% said no, or yes, pet groomers are licensed. 41% said no, pet groomers are not licensed. The answer is no. Pet grooming is not a licensed profession. Matter of fact, anybody in nearly every state and every county in the United States, anybody with no prior training can open a pet grooming salon. Pick up a pair of clippers and groom your dog. Does that come as a surprise to you? No training necessary. Well, I shouldn't say that. Training is necessary, but not to open a business and groom dogs. So if you wonder why there's so much inconsistency in the industry, that is why. No training is required to open a business and groom dogs. But training is necessary. Like, come on, seriously. And the methods, beliefs, and procedures are all over the map as a result. Some people learn online. Some people learn watching YouTube. Some people learn at dog grooming schools. Some people learn as apprentices, you know. And so it all depends on who's training them and what they're watching as far as how they, what their belief system is and how grooming should be done. Whatever they learned initially is what sticks with them. And so, you know, that's what makes it challenging, you know, to find a good groomer. And, you know, even just based on the poll, many people assume it's a licensed profession, right? They really do. You'd be amazed how shocked people are when they learn it's not. And nail technicians are licensed. Beauty, you know, people, hairdressers are licensed. I believe even makeup artists, I'm not sure about that, but I think so, are licensed and have to prove their skill set, right? Grande Style Dog Grooming, this is Suzanne. May I help you? So, you know, and a lot of groomers are really opposed to licensing. They say it won't change anything, and they're probably right, it won't. In how things are done and how people view things and all that. The only thing it would change, in my opinion, is training. It would make it so that people had to be professionally trained, right? You'd have to do a test and prove your skill set, right? And so, and there would probably be accountability, and there would be hopefully some sort of inspections. So I would welcome that personally. I really would, because there's protocols that I try to demonstrate and I try to live out here in front of everybody that really need to be understood and followed for the health and safety of the general public, for the people working with the animals, and for the animals themselves. There's zoonotic diseases, there's zoonotic fungus. Ringworm is spread from people to dog, dog to people, horses, cats. You know, there's you know, the bacteria that can grow in the shampoo bottles and the disinfection protocols that should be followed. There's the disinfection protocols that should be followed for the tools, you know. And like they say, it probably wouldn't make a difference. It probably wouldn't get done anyway, just like it's not done anyway in hair salons, right? or in nail salons, but to be trained initially and then not do it is one thing. To never have been trained at all in some of these things is quite another, right? So if you willfully disregard what you're supposed to be doing, you know, that's on you. But to not even know that these things exist and that you should be doing them, that's like, oh my gosh, right? And even, I'll admit it, when I was certified, I'm a national certified master groomer. The certifications did not cover anything that I thought they would cover. And, you know, I'm very proud of my certification, but it wasn't what I had expected. It's not what I thought. And that may have changed by now. Now it's through the American Kennel Club, and the National Dog Groomers Association was bought by the American Kennel Club, and the American Kennel Club has the Safe Salon certifications, and they have a bunch of different modules and all that. So hopefully they're changing that. But like, I had to do my own homework to learn about the bacteria that grows in the shampoo. I would have never have known had I not done my homework. Nobody taught me. Nobody trained me. Wasn't in my certification. Should have been, right? Should have been. So many things. Disinfection procedures were not in my certification. But one of the questions on my certification is, which dog breed is known as the Gun Dog Supreme? Like, that's going to help me groom dogs. Wasn't even really a groomable breed. Like, seriously. So, you know, I'm not bashing it at all. And it's probably changed a lot. I was certified in 1994. So it's a long time ago. But in a whole different organization. But like, you know, one of the certification organizations' websites, I always complain about it, says, you know, on their questions to ask a dog groomer if you're looking for a new dog groomer, is, do you use a 7-blade? And if they use a 7-blade, you shouldn't use that groomer because they're dangerous. I use a 7-blade on every freaking dog. So I guess that's a thing, you know? So yeah, there's that. And so, yes, certification is great. It says that you've got some basic skills, that you have to groom 4 dogs in front of them. I had to groom 4 different dogs, a short-legged terrier, a long-legged terrier, a spaniel, and a non-sporting breed. I had to pass a 750 question test, and so on and so forth, right? It proves some basic skills, for sure. But if I were in charge of certifications, training modules, you know, real life important stuff like what you see with hair salons is what I would be focusing on. You know, not just the skill level, but all the safety protocols, all the disinfection protocols. As a matter of fact, how I came up with my disinfection protocols is, it was never trained to me. It was never told to me. Nobody I've ever worked around actually did it, right? So I'm like, at one point, I was like, I want my salon to be like a human salon. And so I'm like, okay, if I'm going to run it like a human salon, exactly how is a human salon run, right? So I started studying the licensing stuff for salon owners and what they get inspected for, and what's required of them in their facility, like what are they supposed to be doing, how's it supposed to be done. And after that, years after that, I came across like the Tabitha, what's the name of that hairdressing show, where she goes in and helps recovering businesses, businesses who are failing. I forget the name of the show, but Tabitha takes over. So I started watching those and seeing what goes on in hair salons. And then there was another one that does hair salons as well. And I also watched like the kitchen ones and saw how filthy kitchens are and how they're supposed to be run, and bars. The one bar show that they used to have where he'd go in and do the same thing like Tabitha takes over. Started understanding a difference in the professional management, the professional disinfection, the professional storage, all these things. Really started taking all that to heart. And so I would think that those type of things would be what needs to be in groomer licensing or grooming training. When I sent my daughter to grooming school and I paid for her grooming school, and she'd come to the shop after and work, the front desk, and I'd say, so did they teach you about this? No. Did they teach you about that? No. And I'm like, okay, well, let's talk, Like even things like the dogs with the elongated palates and the smushed in faces, how they can't go in a cage dryer, they get overheated super easy. I was like, did they teach you anything about that? Nope, nothing about that. Real life things, safety things need to be taught. And it needs to be consistent nationwide, is my thoughts. Like, I'm sure, I don't know this for sure, but I would assume that there's like a national organization for hair salons that sets the standards, right? I would assume. I imagine each state has their own things, but there's got to be like a general overarching rule, right? And I would like to see that in dog grooming. I really would. I know a lot of groomers probably hate me for talking about that. But that's just my thoughts. I love Tabitha Takes Over. So Stargazer says, here is a clarification. The question, licensing is for a business and certification is for training. Well, yeah. Every business has a business license, but it doesn't mean that you know what you're doing. I think my business license is $30 a year, and all it says is that I'm at this address and I have 2 employees. It doesn't do a thing. And then, like, all hairdressers are licensed hairdressers. Am I wrong? Doesn't every nail tech that works have their own license by their own station? And most grooming salons, that are like franchises and stuff, are not owned by a groomer at all. It's probably one of the biggest complaints of the groomers is because they're being employed by somebody who doesn't understand their industry at all. Stargazer says yes, but people assume licensing is the same as fully trained. Yeah. It's not. It's a business license. But a business license like means nothing except that the county knows you're doing business. That's it. But I would not want people outside of our industry setting the rules for our industry. So there was like this law that was trying to get passed for groomer licensing in New Jersey, and they were trying to spread that to other states. It was called Bijou's Law. And it was because somebody's dog died being groomed, and it didn't sound like it was the groomer's fault, and a necropsy was done, and the pet parent never released the results from the necropsy because it didn't sound like, and I even spoke to this woman and was talking to her about it because I'm not opposed to licensing. And so I was talking to her about it. And legislators were making up the terms of the licensing, and it was complete hogwash. It was like absolutely nothing that needs to be for our industry, right? It was stupid stuff, honestly. So we need a good panel of groomers to set guidelines if that were ever to be done, like really knowledgeable people in the industry. And there are a lot of them, in my opinion. Maybe a vet or two, but, you know, vets don't know the grooming industry. They know veterinary medicine, just like we don't know veterinary medicine, you know. Beauty salons have this, professional associations and organizations for cosmetologists. Yeah. Groomers have that too. But it would be the states that license them, correct? So they have their associations, but the licensing, I would assume, is through the states. So, I don't know. A lot more research needs to be done, I think. And I'm just speaking off the top of my head, like just whatever comes into my head. I'm not basing any of this on anything but my own head, so. It's nice that the AKC has got a foothold in grooming, though. I think if anybody could really take it where it needs to go, it would be them. Honestly. Good girl, Cleopatra. So Stargazer said they're regulated by several federal organizations, FDA, EPA, etc. Exactly. And think of the things that groomers handle, at least especially back in the day with dips and all that. Not so much anymore, but you know, the EPA was, you know, something that back in those days it was important to be involved with pet grooming. All right, so tomorrow we'll be starting the day with a cockapoo named Peaches, followed by 2 full coat Lhasa Apsos, followed by, can't remember who else. Theodore Bear, a hand-scissored Havanese, Zoe, a Havanese puppy that gets a really short puppy cut, Molly a Maltese, and Darla a hand-scissored Coton de Tuilier. That's what I have scheduled for tomorrow. A busy day, lots of fluff, lots of hand scissoring, lots of full long coats. What we specialize in, full coated dogs and hand scissoring. That is our thing around here, right? That's what we do. Fluffy, fluffy, fluffy dogs. And sometimes we poodle the doodles. So that client never contacted me back today. Like, really? I was surprised. Had all the right questions for her Bernedoodle puppy. I had all the right answers for her Bernedoodle puppy. And yet I think the deal breaker was offering, not requiring, offering a meet and greet to acclimate the puppy. When you saw me go while I was talking on the phone earlier, I could tell. I could tell it was a deal breaker. They live about 5 to 7 minutes away, because she told me what area she was in. And she didn't like it because it was at her dinner time. Oh well, it is what it is. Maybe she'll text us tomorrow. We'll see. All right, guys, I thank you for watching. Be sure to like this video, subscribe to my channel. Don't forget to hit the notification bell so that you don't miss my next upload. And I will see you tomorrow at 8 a.m. Bye. Today's video was brought to you by our own company, Grooming Safer. I designed the Grooming Safer dog grooming harness with the intent to keep pets safe on the grooming table. This product aids in grooming dogs with collapsing tracheas, senior dogs with mobility issues, and wiggly puppies. The Grooming Safer dog grooming harness is also helpful with dogs who gator roll or rear up during the grooming process. The harness fits dogs from 2 to 35 pounds. We also have extenders for the dog grooming harness, enlarging it to fit dogs up to 115 pounds. I personally make each harness as they are ordered. Order yours today at groomingsafer.com.